All right. Let me check this audio real quick. Make sure all is well. All right, that appears to be good. All right, a banner day. We got the shells done. Now we're gonna unmask these bad boys and see if there's any bleed through these masks. Hopefully not. Let's see what happens. We've been starting with Raph, so it's only fair that we unwrap him first. Very, very, very carefully. I might need some scissors or a knife just to make sure that I'm not pulling too hard on this stuff. And possibly some tweezers. Why don't we just go ahead and assume we're going to need those. I also got a lot of Plastitac to remove. Pile for garbage, pile for Plastitac. He's been covered up for so long, I forgot what he looked like underneath there. Gotta work around his little weapons here. I don't want to get in too big of a impatient rush. I accidentally hit something I'm not supposed to. I'm gonna lose some Plastitac in the tape, but it's okay. Yeah, small amount, and it was totally worth it. I had too much Plastitac out here anyway. Oh, got a little bleed right there. That sucks. That's okay. I think that little bit of bleed I saw over there was from it actually seeping through the paper towel. So that might be may have just discovered a argument against using paper towels. at least while I'm doing washes. So yeah, I think I have to switch to plastic wrap. Although I like the paper towel idea. First time I saw somebody do it, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. It's flexible, it's cheap. But I think if it's going to let wash soak through, that's probably not a good choice. Either that or I need to make sure I have Plasti-Tack, more Plasti-Tack than I used. It's gonna have to be gone. And you know, I was going to do 2 different leather colors for the pads and for the belts and stuff, but I think I'm just going to do the same leather color because keep a little uniformity, I guess. So I gotta try my wash options on the wraps. Oh, that looks clean. Nice. Oh, come on. I don't like using metal utensils up against the paint. There's a big wad of Plasti-Tack on wrap here. Should have portioned out what I had in the beginning instead of, well, now the easy part. Oh, that looks so good. Hey, what's up, Beast? I am unwrapping my turtles. Checking to see if I got bleed through, but it looks pretty clean for the most part. There's one spot on his inner thigh that had a little bit of wash run down in there, but it's all, I know there's a layer of varnish on it, so I should be able to just take a Q-tip and some water and wash that off, even though it's pretty well dried on there now. I know, I forgot what they look. I forgot what their skin tone looked like. They've been covered up for so many days. All right, that I'm gonna have to pick out. You know what? I don't want to do that. I'm gonna scratch it. How about a toothpick right here? I always keep a toothpick in my pocket. I don't know why. I think it's like an old habit that my grandpa used to do. He's an old country guy, and he always had toothpicks on him. And somehow I think that got passed along to me, because now I always have a toothpick on me, at least one. Sometimes a whole little travel container with them. My wife and child make fun of me, and they always tell me they find toothpicks laying all over the house. Oh wait, there's one more little stain. Let's see. Yeah, it should just be able to wash it off. I really don't want to scratch the paint. So there is this one drawback to using Plastitac, is that in tight spots it tends to get a little stuck. But honestly, I would have had the same problem if I'd used that latex mask, and that stuff is terrible. Like at least Plastitac does a good job, even if it is a little difficult to remove. That latex mask does a terrible job, and it sucks to remove. So, oh come on, almost get it. Drive me crazy. Oh, there it comes. All right. There we go. Using the back of the X-Acto to just kind of roll the Plastitac into a little ball, into a little chunk. So it kind of picks itself up. trying to be very ginger with it so that I don't scratch the paint job. That. Possible. Alright. And get it to grab chunks there. I'm happy with how their chest plate turned out. They got a nice shadow to them, nice tone. Why did I put so much freaking? Oh, there's paper still in there. That's why. That's probably paper in it. Ugh, I put so much. that's nice when a nice big chunk comes off like that. Spots in here. Oh, I gotta love the non-painting parts of painting. That was sarcasm, by the way. Ah, come on. Oh, come on. There's one little spot. Had it and I put it back. Alright, that's good, that's good. So on his underarm here. Why are you being so stubborn? So are we excited about the Deadpool Wolverine movie? I am. I bought tickets like a week ago. Wish I could get one of those little collector popcorn buckets, but they're only doing those at AMC theaters here in the States, and we're going to a movie tavern. Decided to make a whole family little dinner out of the whole deal because I like the movie tavern type places where you can get food and enjoy your movie. Be just like you're watching at home, recliner. Kind of nice. Yeah, I very rarely go to the actual movie theater anymore. This is, I don't know, this feels like a special occasion. There's been so much hype. Oh, come on. I need 2 hands for this now. I'll watch it even if it's not good, to be honest with you. My bar for entertainment is low. I want to be able to just turn off my brain and enjoy whatever it is I'm watching without having to think too hard about it. So, Marvel movies are perfect. Just explosions and bright colors. And latex-clad boobies. Just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but I am kidding. That's not why I watch it. That's disgusting. Come on. There's one spot on the back of the shell that has one little white piece of junk in there. I'm not gonna rest till it comes out. And it's just in there. Alright, that's enough anyway. Maybe working with gloves is not such a good idea. Oh, bumping the thing. All right. So, man, I really stuck it on here, didn't I? Usually this isn't a problem. deeper than it looks. More than it really needs to be, geez. Clean though. Look at the mask out. Yeah, it's very pronounced. I think it's got some paper in it. That's why it's being difficult to get out of here. Get a clean set of blast attack here. Normally does not take this long. But also these guys have a lot of texture, so it's very grabby. Scrap all this, I think. It's got bits of paper mixed in with it. I think it does. It's hard to tell. Actual paper, or just like the pattern of the paper. It's pressed into the... That was probably about 20% paper. And I got plenty of other blast attack, so not even gonna sweat it. Yeah, the texture of the skin is grabbing onto this putty and it's not letting it go. Like little tiny pools. Almost done. You want? I might have to go take a break after this because this is frustrating and time consuming. I did not anticipate having to this out of the textures because the shell texture is even worse. It's got deep pockets. So this Plasti-Tack just wants to stick right in there. going to see that in a bajillion years anyway, so there we go. Alright. He's got a shell. If I can clean that up. Wash off of there. Straight up water first. My instinct would have been to use, my instinct in the past, I should say, would have been to use a little bit of alcohol. That's way, way, way too abrasive. I learned that lesson the hard way. That may be too dry. Some water on there, let it sit for a second. Suppose alternatively, I could take a little bit of green, blast it real quick. Oh, this is coming off, I just have to be patient. Trick is to just take off the wash and maybe a little bit of the top layer of varnish, and not the green underneath. I'm keeping a watch on my Q-tip here. Start seeing green, then I know I've gone too far. Right now it seems to be doing the trick. Again, dealing with that texture in the skin, really down in there. Need some like little bristles. Actually, I have some little bristles. Dry real quick. The other end of my swab is dry. Bit of a plastic tack. This Steven Universe is That's gonna do it. You have to be looking really hard to see it. I got one little spot on the arm I do not like. Can't tell if I'm actually making contact with it or not. So much other stuff around it may just be bottoming out, not actually hitting it. Nope, I'm getting it starting to go a little green now. Chewed through that. I'm starting to pick up some of the varnish. But there we go, I think that'll do. Yeah, you have to be looking hard at it to see it, because otherwise it just looks like a little bit of a shadow. Alright, one down, free to go. Some of this junk. Move on to Michelangelo. I am happy with how the shell looks against the green. Looks against the skin. A little bit of gloss. Once I get all their little wraps and everything washed, add a little more character, a little brightness. All right. Yeah, geez, that first one just took almost an hour. This whole stream is gonna be peeling. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't think this was gonna take this long. I really thought I'd just be able to whip through this in about like 15 minutes at a time, but there's the texture, I was not expecting it to be that grabby. So this is turning out to be a pain in the butt. Off. Right? I'm all about learning. And I learned something today. if you're doing a lot of wash, paper towel's not a good idea because it soaks through. If you got a highly textured thing, maybe don't push the Plasti-Tack into the texture so hard. At least this one I don't have to work around any sharp dangly parts, so I can kind of be a little more quick with it. Raph and Leonardo are the most difficult to work on because of their weapons, how they stick out. I do like how the paper towel grabs how the Plasti-Tack grabs the paper towel, because you can just put the Plasti-Tack around the edge and then push the paper towel up against it, and then it's like it seals itself on there, pretty good. So I do like that, but I think the wash soaking through business was not fun. Doesn't look like Mike had that issue though. Let's get the rest of them unwrapped, and then we'll come back for the detail stuff. Might as well put my hands up here and relax a little bit. We're going to be here for a while. Really surprised I didn't get any up in there, considering the gap the little nunchuck was creating. A little air gap, but looks pretty clean. Peekaboo. What's up, little buddy? Welcome back. This is why I hate masking, though. Fortunately, with these guys, I had no choice. I started the post-processing on some of the Green Lantern parts for the Green Lantern statue I'm working on next. Yeah, quarter scale, and yeah, it's big. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't have room to create a quarter scale statue, but I'm gonna struggle through it and figure it out. Main thing is my airbrush box isn't tall enough. So I may use this as an excuse to see about a taller airbrush situation. Actually, what I might do is just modify what I have. If I take the plastic part off and just keep the, sucky part, and just cut a hole in the back of like a big plastic tub. Just use the big plastic tub, and those I can get, really, really big size, pretty cheap. So I think that's what I may do. Then I just have to take the light bar out, mount it inside the box, but that's not a problem. I actually may upgrade the light setup while I'm at it. I've got some brighter LEDs tucked in a box somewhere. I might do that as a side project before I start on the lantern. Garbage has got a bunch of paper in it. All right, yeah. So Raph was he was the first one that I applied putty to, and I think I was probably a little more liberal with it than I should have been, because this is going much faster. I think I was too paranoid about me. Come here, you little chunk. I think I was too paranoid about it bleeding through, so that's why I pushed it in so hard. Oh, see. I feel like this music is perfect. Like challenge. It's like challenge music. Trying to salvage some of this and get the papery bits out. And this is all paper. And that is how you cut yourself on YouTube Live. I have this funny thing that I think, I don't know why I'm sharing this, but I am. Whenever I'm about to do something stupid and I stop myself, I imagine that in a parallel universe, I did it, and somehow that message got to me and just told me to not be a fucking idiot. Especially if it's like a life-threatening thing, like if I could have, like, get electrocuted or fallen down the stairs, or, you know, landing on a pair of scissors. I don't know what it, you know, some accident, some horrible accident that would be my own fault. I feel like in a parallel universe it happened, and somehow I avoid it. It's probably very weird. On the other hand, it prevents me from making a lot of dumbass errors, at least around sharp objects and power tools. Which I'm gonna need to go find some, dig out my drill here in a few minutes. My wife told me we just ordered some blackout curtains. They just arrived, so after this paint session, I'm gonna have to go hang some curtain rods or some curtain brackets. Fun. We are gonna sleep good then with those blackout curtains. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Beast. Alright. Yeah, this is... Well, it's still not fast, but it is going a lot faster. Trying to work around his little weapons was what was really slowing me down over there.
The story of conservation is the story of waste and how it can be prevented.
Oh, maybe the tweezers are the way to go.
A puff of smoke. Throughout our land, the once beautiful forests, such as this, have become scenes of desolation. The timber is gone, and so is the wild game which once was sheltered beneath its shade.
Be careful to not gouge
Poisonous waste is poured into our rivers, killing the fish and menacing the health of all of us.
Anticipate the jerkiness of the putty. It's coming out.
Rivers have been so polluted by the refuse from our towns and factories that they are often a menace to health. Serve the greatest good for the greatest number of people for the longest time.
Spot, but I'll go back for it. Grabbing. Alright, so yeah, definitely some pros and cons to the whole paper Plastitac combination. Probably will work better with like saran wrap or like plastic wrap. Because the plastic wrap won't come off in chunks like the paper does. It'll either all come out or it won't come out at all. I'm assuming, but I'll have to try that combination next. Sticking to everything except I don't want it to stick. Now I got you. There. Well, this is testing my patience. And let me tell you, I have a lot of patience. Yep, this was a learning experience, a learning opportunity. Sure. Oh, there we go. Is that the secret? You have to pull fast enough, but not too fast, because it'll break if you pull too fast. But if you pull just fast enough, it seems to want to just come right out. Kind of nice. Gotta figure out what the window of speed is. Come on. Not quite getting down in there. This is definitely going to require some picking. What was that spot I said I would come back for? Oh, it's stain. Or it's not stain, it's wash. Piled up a little bit. No, it's actually last attack was stain on it. This is going to be garbage because that is just paper through it.
You warned me 1,000 times. Memories can kill ya, but I didn't hear ya. I thought that I could fly, but woke up on the asphalt. I swear there was the last time. I've always been naive, gullible in our face, and you used all of me
bleed on him, so that's promising. Encouraging, I should say. Ah, come on. Oh, but this is such a pain in the butt. Ooh, big chunk out. I am sick and tired of picking turtle crotches. I'm not even halfway done yet. Must have missed a spot there. That was a double piece. Putty on top of paper towel on top of putty. Scratch the skin. Chunk. Get out. Go. Little mop. Yep, it's gonna be tweezers. Tweezers for the win. Well, well, there's a lot in there. That wasn't coming out. Good gracious. there. What about this whole side, isn't it? That's much faster. I should have been doing this the whole time. All right. Halfway. And I think, oh man, his foot looks good. Just the way that light catches it. I'm gonna go grab a beer. I shall return forthwith. Who's taste? Oh god, no. All right. Donatello. Let's get you unwrapped. Come on, tape. Why are you squeezing on his toes so hard? Right? Was about 20 minutes, something like that. It goes much faster when you don't have to worry about breaking something off. And like I said, I didn't like overcoat the other guys like I did that first one. Now it's all just going to have to be thrown away, I think. Buddy, paper, please. I'm gonna have to go slow around Leonardo. That one's gonna take a minute. Buddy's gonna have to go in the garbage. It's full paper. Which things kind of suck, but I still got lunch. So. That paper is not letting it come out, preventing it from sticking on the side. Let's not fuck up the rest of the statue, Bobby. Ooh, and a scratch. Hell of it. That's easier said than done. This is. All right. Sucks. But it is what it is. did I even get it up in there? I want to know. Past me did not want any of that paint to get through. What's going on here? Ooh, a lot of picking. Well, no, I'm just in a infinite stretching loop here. Oh my god, okay. I feel like I'm being attacked. Oh, I think I've gouged him right there. Touch that up with a little bit of paint. There's a big chunk underneath his arm that I missed. Okay, back to it. Now for the long one. Because of all this dangly, breakable shit, this one is not gonna be fun. Or I should say that it'll be plenty of fun. It's not going to be quick. So I think before I start handling them too much, see if I can work around his little breakable parts. Very slowly. And this painter's tape, I ran out of masking. Because this painter's tape does not want to tear. So it's going to be more of an unwrapping than it is going to be a tearing. I really like how that wash, what was it, the sepia? Yeah, I really like how the sepia wash looks on the shells. I probably could have given it like once more over with the sepia just to richen it, and then go in there with like burnt umber or some other like darker brown wash. Caught the edges. That's okay. I think when I lined in some of that, when I did the like a pin wash with the black, I think that made it dark enough. I think it's acceptable. Yeah. A lot of pressure on that blade. I felt it. There. Clear that. The mic's still working yet. Expect this mic to die in the next few minutes. I got another one standing by. I'm really glad I bought a pair. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. All right, that part's over. Start taking off some of this putty. Yep, almost. You feel it. The closing of a chapter. Paper in there. Then I think I will finish blocking out the rest of the colors and then do the weathering. I'm gonna do their bandanas last, their masks. So I got the tails to their masks over there. I've still gotta airbrush this white color to match the deck tan. For those, I'm going to give more of like a zenithal so they can hold some shadow when I go to apply the color. Hey, what's up, Robert? Well, I'm trying to not hold this one too much because there's not really a good place to hold them, and very dangerous with these little fragile parts sticking off of them. So this one is by far taking the longest, but I am certainly happy with the output so far. Really like the chest plate, the shell. The gloss turned out pretty nice. And after I'm done with this, I will be blocking out the rest of the leather, pouches and belts and stuff, and the little wood parts, and Mikey's other nunchuck. Go ahead and finish basing all those out. I may go ahead and do all the metals too, because I'm going to wash the metals. So once I get everything based out, I'm going to finish the weathering, and then we'll be done. Well, I got it. Then I'm going to do their bandanas last, their masks. Why? I don't know why. Maybe it's like a ceremonial thing. I don't know. But I'm going to do the mask. Oh, hey, thanks. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the shell turned out. It looks pretty good. The gloss varnish really sells it. Varnishing is very important. I don't know, people who just just spray like one type of varnish to seal it isn't, for me that doesn't work, because with just like black, for instance, like once you spray a matte black versus like a satin black versus a gloss black, now you're talking about the difference between like a rubber look and like a hard metal black, like black metal look, or like a leathery black, leather kind of, or leathery black kind of color. So it's like the varnish really makes a huge difference. So I'm going to do, obviously the shell's glossy. The rest is going to be a satin, which pretty much is right now. And I'm going to do a matte on the wraps and probably the pads. I try not to gloss the metals. I usually just leave the metals alone. But since I'm going to be varnishing them, I'm going to be washing them a little bit anyway, because give them a little bit of age, because they've got some like little chips and ridges and stuff. So I'm going to give the metal a little bit of a wash, and that's going to dull it down. So I probably will go back with a high gloss on the metals. I thought it might make a fun portion of the summary video too, if I do all the masks at once. Leaving a little room for some creativity there. I enjoy putting the videos together too. I decided when I started this channel that if I ever found it too cumbersome, or like I didn't want to do it, or was dreading doing it, then I'm just not going to do it. You guys will just never see me again, and I'll just be making statues in private. But no, I really enjoy the video making process of it. It's always been part of my professional life, being able to do videos. Oh, I was squeezing the crap out of that leg. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it's always been part of my professional existence, doing video, editing video. So it was a kind of a natural thing to do because I'm pretty good at it. But yeah, I enjoy it as like a kind of an end cap to a project. It's like before I start the next one, I do the little summary video, and it's fun. I enjoy it. And also, if I ever get to the point where YouTube's paying my bills. Oh, huh. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, if I ever get to the point where YouTube's paying my bills, then I'll be doing good. my wife just came in and then she had to leave because somehow she got sauce on her headset, and they're like earbuds, so I can't figure out how the hell that happened. And stuck sauce in her ears. It is not sticky tack, it is Plastitack. Hold on, I'll show you. It's like a modeling putty. Yeah, so I got this stuff like 2 years ago, and it's this is still a full pack. I haven't opened this one. The other one is like half gone. So this stuff lasts forever. You can reuse it. Even when you get paint in it, you can still just wad it up and just reuse it. It's great for mounting things, like temporarily mounting stuff, for like if you need to cure it or or whatever. It's highly recommend this stuff. Yep, reusable. This stuff is great. Now I say that, but it's very grabby, and in this particular instance, because of the texture of the skin, there's a lot of little nooks and crannies for this stuff to grab onto. So getting it out of there has been kind of a little bit of a chore. I don't know why I pushed it in there so hard, but I did. So usually this doesn't take this long to unmask. And also the mistake I made was using paper towels instead of plastic wrap. Plastic wrap kind of comes off in one big piece. It doesn't tear. Paper towels obviously tear. So now this putty has got paper all in it, so I'm just gonna have to throw it away. But next time, Plastitack and plastic wrap is gonna be the way. That's gonna be the combo. And now we all learned something, and now we're all a little bit smarter, aren't we? Oh, come on. Yeah, this stuff is great because, I mean, like I said, normally it just kind of rolls right out, but like this, like nice big chunks. But the texture on the shell and the skin, there are just too many little places for it to grab, so it's like Velcro in there. but it's cool because it comes out clean. You know, you can take a little piece and jam it back in there to pick up any residue or anything you may have missed. Just kind of peels right out. Yeah, most of the stuff I got on Amazon, I think I put some of my, I don't know if I just put studio equipment on my channel, but I put a list of stuff in my channel description. If you want to check that out, they're like just things that I use that people keep asking me about where I got them. Like this little paint shaker up here. That thing's the best. I love that thing. This ball vise over here for like weighted mounting when I need to like steady something small. It's super nice because it's like very, very flexible. I just got a new dusting, like a new dust box. That thing's cool. And now that thing has been a game changer because now I don't have like dust all over my second desk. Now there used to be just covered in dust, and now it's not. And it's nice. Keeps it all contained. It works well with my OCD. Keeping stuff contained. Also, another reason the paper towel is a bad idea. It makes the putty not want to stick to itself, so it prevents it from coming out in the big chunks aforementioned. Yeah, I think I need to revise my, or maybe I'll check it. Maybe I'll set up an affiliate store or something. Maybe I'll look into doing that. I buy pretty much all my stuff I buy off Amazon. So if I can get it, you can get it. My paints I have gone to. I like going to my local hobby shop for paints because they are cheaper buying them there than buying them from Jeff Bezos. How many hours am I in? Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. This is the 13th session. Most of the sessions last for at least a couple hours. Sometimes more. Sometimes a lot more. And I also did some work off camera. Like I finished masking these guys off camera because nobody watching me wrap these guys in paper towels was extra boring. I think I finished some base coating off camera. I have to go back and tally it up. But also I don't do this full time. I mean, I wish I could, but you know, I got a day job and a family, and you know, so life is gonna not always allow me to. I want to come back and get that chunks. Life is not always gonna allow me to throw a lot of time at this. But oh no! See, it happened again. Broke off his little ribbon. I'm just gonna set that aside and glue that back on later. Just put my hand right there and didn't feel it. Snapped it right off. I've broken Leonardo so many times. There's no good place to hold him. Totally forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah. Here with a little chunk. That's a big chunk. Tell you what, when I was a beginner, breaking parts off, I used to think was like the end of the world. I'd panic. Now I'm just like, just glue, resin. Give me a minute. I'm glad it happened though before I painted it. So at least now I can glue it, and then when I prime it or paint it, it won't look so, it won't stick out. That's all they sell at my my local hobby shop is Gundam models. Got like 3 or 4 rows of them. They are cool. I just never got into them. All right, Leonardo. Let's try not to get broken. Counting on you, buddy. Gotta get up underneath both these armpits. Enough. Oh, the no, something fell off. The his little rope back here in the back. I was holding this, trying to hold a shell, and this little rope part broke off. Nothing major, so I'm not really worried too much about it. Once I get done base coating everything, or before I go to base coat the rope, I'll just glue it back on, or the resin. I don't want to resin it because it's got a little texture on it, so I'll rough it up a little bit and then stick some glue. I already tried to resin it once before and it didn't hold. The resin seams only work if you can go past where it needs to seal. Like on the blade, I just went up with it, and then that gives it a whole layer to kind of hold on to. But if you just cure it on the inside, I mean, you can't really cure it on the inside. That's the whole problem. Are you leaving? That's fine. My wife's in here hanging out. She was, but I don't know what's going on now. All right. His pits are clean. See if we can get this leg work done. It's all going to be thrown away. It's got a bunch of paper towel in it. Yeah, this one's definitely going to be taking a minute. It's a damn mess in here. What was I thinking? I mean, it's a clean mask. I mean, once I get this putty out of the way, the paint is clean. Probably one of the cleanest jobs I've ever done, except for that little bleed over on Raph. The rest of it, the lines are perfect. I'm definitely happy with it, but at the same time, don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze here. This is a pain in the buttocks. At least I got this jazzy music keeping us company. On a Last Ronin. Oh yeah, yeah. I heard they're making a live action Last Ronin. Is that true? I think I briefly saw it on a feed and then I scrolled past it. As long as they make it like gritty, you know, like the Last Ronin comic. You know, they make it kind of dark. You know, I think that would that could be good. It's definitely the dark, you know, the dark timeline. I mean, obviously they're all dead, but that's not exactly something you take a little kid to see, you know. So they may do it animated, but oh man, well, that would certainly be good. I have seen a couple Last Ronin statues floating around the net. I would have to do them all in transparent though. They'd have to be solid. I am kind of bummed on the Green Lantern that I'm working on right now. All of the rest of the pieces, the transparent pieces, turned out great because I made sure to make them solid, even though they're kind of mixed in with some other stuff that I hollowed out. But on the base, I missed two of the little energy things. So you can see inside of them a little bit, like the crystalline structure. And I don't know if I want to reprint it or not. It's a lot. That'd be a big chunk of wasted resin. I don't think I'm gonna let it slide. It's unfortunate, but I do have to reprint one of the hands on the Green Lantern. There was a little bit of a print error. Too much suction on one of the solid parts, and it delaminated slightly. Could probably fill it with jewelry resin, but you'll still see the seam on the inside. So I really just need to reprint it. And since it's this hand, I can't really get away with it. I can get away with it on the base because you know the base doesn't really matter that much, but it does. But it's passable. You're not studying that as much as you are the character. So I definitely have to reprint that hand. Oh, I feel like this is a bad idea. Going in from this angle. But I don't have much of a choice. Come on, stay together. Once the putty breaks, and you start leaving a bunch of chunks. Like if you can get it in one big chunk, it does well. I'm trying really, really hard to A, not scratch the paint, and B, not break off any more pieces. Whew, that's what it was called. Which version of Green Lantern? I think it's the CA Studios Green Lantern. Hal Jordan. It's a studio kind of pose, very minimal. I built these cutouts around my fireplace in my new studio here, and so I've got some really tall, skinny cutouts for statues, and so this quarter scale Green Lantern is perfect. It's going to be about 21 inches tall. My cubby's about 24 inches tall, so it should be perfect. The width should should fill up the width pretty good. I've been looking at a lot of statues specifically for like their aspect ratio to go in those slots. So like my Magneto statue's in one. He's a big guy. He's quarter scale. And so yeah, so I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna do the Green Lantern, and then I've got 2 more quarter scale slots to go. I'm thinking I might do a Spawn because there's some. I've got a. Was it a CA Studios Spawn? I think it was too. Yeah, I think it was CA Studios. Got a really cool Spawn statue, and also Wicked is coming out with a Spawn. So I may do one or the other. Try not to do the one that like is all brand new and just comes out, because I feel like everybody's doing that and it kind of gets lost in the noise, you know. So I may wait on that. Got X-Men statues. You buy the statues? I print them. I mean, I pay for the models, and I always credit the artists stuff on my streams. But yeah, no, I have a Patreon. I have a Wicked Patreon, and they're DC property, Bedzerk, whatever. So I Patreon both of their Marvel and DC stuff, and then for stuff like these turtles and for the other stuff, I buy just one-off pack of STLs. So like this, I got from was it Gumroad? I think it was Gumroad. I got these and Shredder and Bebop and Rocksteady. I got them all. I'm starting with these guys. I'm definitely going to do Shredder and Splinter. I'm not going to do the Casey Jones or the April. Not really my favorite characters. Yeah. They have a Krang. I'll do Krang. Is his name right? The brain thing, Krang. Yeah, I'd have a statue of him. Oh, and I'm gonna do a quarter scale Thanos. I'm very excited about that. You see, that's the problem with the Spawn statues, that the cape is usually like super crazy, like, you know, because it's got holes and tears and stuff, and it's, you know, a lot of edges. So the Spawn cape is going to be a tough one to do. So I'm definitely hedging on that a little bit. But also, the Spawn statue I'm going to do needs to be more, like I said, more vertical. So if the cape sticks off too far, that's not going to work. But I will find the statue I want to do. With Thanos, though, that one is going in the corner and it's going in an open slot. So, because I struggled with it, it's like I wanted to print that statue so bad, but the way he's posed, his sword will stick out like 2 feet. Or, I might be exaggerating, but at least 18 inches. It's going to stick out. So I didn't really have the space for it until I really thought hard about corner. I have the perfect corner for it. I'll definitely need to upgrade my airbrush box before then. So yeah, I may do the airbrush box upgrade before I do the lantern. I'm going to need the vertical space. I don't know how I'm going to adjust the camera. Put the camera inside the box. I got a little bit of reach. I'll figure it out. I have to come in more from a side angle. Jeez. Yeah, Thanos is big at quarter scale. I mean, obviously he's big at normal, or what would be, like on 1-to-1 scale. But at quarter scale, he's just huge. So, like I said, once I figured out I had a place for him, now I'm excited about it. I'm gonna have to upgrade my airbrush box before I do that. Otherwise, we will not be having a good time trying to paint those big parts. Sweaty. It's hot in here. I need to check that AC. I'm gonna take a break here in a minute, because tell you what, this demasking is painfully slow. I flew through Mikey and Donnie. Got spoiled. Really hard to not break off parts, buddy. I need you to help me out here. Alright, well, that's not coming. Oh, almost scratched him. Yeah, that's a good idea. I need, I think probably three or 4 feet is probably what I need to. So I think I may do that. I mean, I'm gonna go get a plastic tub and just replace this sheath on this thing. It shouldn't take me long. I mean, I'm keeping like the airbrush parts, so all I gotta do really is cut a big square out of the back of the tub. Should be able to do it for pretty cheap. All right. Here's where the fun begins. Oh, hey, that might be a good idea. It's not really the top. I don't want to shoot like straight down. It's more about like the height of the armature that I have to mount the camera on. It's not, I don't know how tall that is. But I think I got some reach. I'll just have to build it and figure it out. Working around these blades is not my idea of a good time. I got another plexiglass project now that you mention it. I I bought a bunch of thick sheets of plexiglass so I could build an extension to my bearded dragon enclosure. So my beardy can get a little exercise. Have a little more space to roam. I'm going to put in like a water feature, like a water fountain. And on top of the water fountain, I want to put a little 1/6 scale Predator statue, like Predator and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Thought that'd be funny. And it gives me one more place to, put a statue, which is cool. I'm going to put some like little LEDs around the top of the cage, so like Jurassic Park, some bollards and like LEDs and stuff, like little floodlights, some plants in there. He's going to have a great little vacation home. Yeah, he's my buddy. He's like the perfect pet. Doesn't need much, doesn't make a lot of noise, easy to take care of. Lazy. Oh, you have dart frogs? That's cool. I bet keeping the moisture in there has got to be a pain in the butt, though, keeping the humidity. I was thinking about getting a turtle, but after doing a lot of research, the humidity factor really kind of turned me off by the whole thing. I didn't want my, I didn't want to have to worry about it so much. So with Beardy, dry. And I put I put calcium-based sand in his enclosure so he doesn't get, health problems, stuff like that. If he eats a little bit of it, it's actually good for him. I'm actually right now listening to some crickets that I let loose in his enclosure about a day ago. He apparently missed a couple, so they're hiding from him in his enclosure somewhere. But I can hear him making cricket noises. Kind of nice, actually. It's got to be only one or two, because otherwise it would be annoying. Oh, putting leverage in the wrong places again, Bobby. There's one little piece of putty stuck to his inside thigh, and it's driving me crazy, but I can't get to it. Alright, nobody's gonna see that. I do need to get that, though. Oh, and I do need to get that now. I have like a yellow one. Yellow-orange. More orange. Yeah, I do the same. I dust his veggies with calcium, and then I give him crickets every now and then. I've given them to him in a while, actually. The day before yesterday was the first time in probably a couple months. Several months, I should say, because yeah, wow. And they don't eat that much. But yeah, he's my spirit animal. That's for sure. Did I scratch? May have gouged that just a smidge. I don't know if it's gouge or if it's putty. How's it gouge? sucks. We'll touch up paint. Fix that. A cat tree. That's a good idea, actually. Tell you what, I was thorough. Past me was a different person. And that person had no regard for today me, because today me is very frustrated by this. Stupid past me. Got it. Whew. All right. How do I get the muscles to pop like that? Couple layers of airbrushing. Well, 3 layers of airbrushing actually. So first I gave them a zenithal highlight, just so I could sort of see where stuff was, which was actually really, really helpful to get the cast light pattern on there. Then I gave them a base coat of this angel green, which is kind of dark, a dark green. Then I went over their, for the mid-tone, I went over their muscles with this flat green as a mid, and then the highest color, highest point, I gave them this moldy clothes. I think it was actually, no, it was this poison cloud. So that was what I used at the top, very top yellow parts. I mean, it settles back down into a green. I think I did try this one, but yeah, it's just tracing over the muscles with an airbrush a lot of times, and then sealing it. Like I said, the satin varnish really makes the I don't know, just makes the geometry kind of reflect a little bit more light. That's why I like using satin, even just like on the pavement and on the dirt. The satin just picks up light better, in my opinion. So I only use matte whenever I'm doing like accent stuff, like the wraps. These are going to be matte, because I don't want to gloss those. The masks are probably going to be matte as well because they're cloth. The leathers, I'm probably going to leave those satin. But I'll see after I coat the wraps. And then like the toes and stuff, and the eyes and teeth, those will be gloss. So still got a lot to do, but I'm gonna start base coating these, or start blocking out these rest of these colors now. Get rid of this stuff. We are done with masking, and I reclaimed some of my plastic. Thanks, Robert and Beast. Appreciate that. But yeah, that would be like, as far as some advice for newbies, is pay attention to your varnishes, because it really does make a difference. When I see somebody that's done a really good paint job but then they just varnished it with like one color, and it's like high gloss or something. It just, oh, it's, it bothers me. I want to write them a strongly worded email. All right. Beer break. All right, let's paint some stuff. What do I got here? That was a little bit of wash. That was brown. We'll just use this spot right here. I love these little silicone. They're for making. It's like a chocolatier thing. It's for making like little chocolate balls, I think. It's a little silicone mold, but it's super easy to clean. And then you've always got, a nice clean spot for your paints. Oh yeah, Robert, definitely. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like when I did the Black Widow and the Hawkeye statues, because they're mostly black, like black on black on black, and so the varnishes really help like set things apart. I'll paint some leather here. I'm gonna get into it with this leather brown army painter. Give it a shaky shake. It's a bunch because I'm going to be here for a minute. I got a lot of things to paint here. I do need a better water dispenser because I either get too much. I always get too much, but that prevents me from being able to mix up small amounts of paint. So I need to get a better dropper. Matter of fact, I'm going to probably order one of those this evening. Now that I'm thinking about it. Right. I do not need this 8. Drinking and painting. This is not for kids. It's not a kid show. And it's also in the way. What is that? 6. Probably don't need that either. Too big. This 3 and 4 should do it. It's crunchy. What's going on here? Alright. Raph, you are first as usual. Watered. See what I'm saying? I can't get a good. It's like I either have to mix up a whole boatload of it, or I can't get the viscosity right. I'm definitely going to invest in a new water dropper. It's a little watery, but it's better. I thought it sounded like the Imperial March. like this stage of the paint because I can everything's varnished well, so I know I can, if I mess up, I just wipe it off. I'll have to go back with a 3 to do the details. I'll just use the 4 to do the bulk of it. Oh, really? Can't decide what color. I think I'm gonna just do all the little brads in silver. They've got a bunch of little buckles and brads and stuff. I was gonna do them in brass, but some sort of goldy kind of color. Oh man, when I put the wash on this, on these leather parts, they're gonna look awesome. There's so much texture in this thing. It'll look fantastic. I used to be so scared about doing washes and like weathering, but now as I've done it multiple times now, like that's what makes it good. Like I've it's like just like cooking though. I mean, it's like too much of a good thing, you know. You can't like over weather stuff, but it does give you an opportunity to just kind of play. You're allowed to be kind of messy. I like that.
Are you leaving me?
All right, now I'm in some open territory here, so I can kind of flood this a little bit and speed it along. I should do the pouches in a different color. And they kind of look good right now. To be honest, even with just the brown overspray. Now there's some green and yellow over there. I can't. Missed a little putty spot right there. I have to come back for that. Yeah, these look good already on accident, so I can't wait to get them done on purpose. Go back and once I give these a wash, Getting a little dry brush back up to color, you know, lighten them back up a little bit. They're gonna look nice. A lot of texture. I know it looks like I'm putting a lot of paint on here, but it's gonna flatten out. It's one thing I love about these Vallejo paints, these Army Painter paints. They really just flatten out nicely. As long as you don't leave piles in there, you know. I like to keep it pretty saturated, but don't leave a puddle. Do you 3D print your minis? Somebody was asking me the other day if I would print out a set of minis for them, and I was considering it, but not really my thing. Touch a little knee band right there too. Well, you know what? I put away those bigger brushes, but now I think I'm gonna need them. Oh yeah, I bet. I don't even know what is a set, like what does an unpainted set usually go for? Like if you were buying at retail. I have no idea. I have seen people sell like on Etsy and stuff, like they'll print 3D they'll print a set of D&D dudes, you know, armies, and sell them unpainted. They just print them and sell them unpainted. I thought about doing that. I don't know if there's any money in it, and if it might be, you know, a pain in the butt. $5 each mini, like for each one. I mean, aren't there like 20 or something in like in a standard army set? How many? I'm not a D&D player either, so I don't know. I'm genuinely asking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. It seems like I would wager that the not the stereotype, but I would imagine that the type of person that plays D&D would also be the type of person that would own a 3D printer. That's just a. I mean, I feel like that's probably just mathematics. That's just this statistical probability, because the personalities would, just seems that just makes a lot of sense to me. So. Five packs, 5 for your character. Yeah, I don't think I want to get into a trying to make money by printing. I feel like then I'm just turning myself into a factory worker. Even if I'm the factory owner, still just producing, I don't think I want to do that. I thought about it really, really hard for a long time. I do enjoy 3D printing, but I enjoy painting more. And I also don't want to get into a thing where like I'm living on commissions, because there are specific things that I want to paint, and also I don't want somebody waiting on me to, like waiting around, they've already paid for their thing, and now I got all this pressure. I don't want to deal with that. I'll do a commission every now and then, but I'm very clear on the stipulations of said commission. Star Wars armor. Yeah, I bet. Like the doing big FDM prints. My problem with that is like the amount of sanding, the amount of like post production you have to do for FDM. I started with an FDM printer and I hated it. Resin printing just made way more sense to me. Like the physical, of how it's built, the up and down, this layer at a time, all at the same time. Having a gantry swinging around a hot chunk of metal, you're just asking for trouble. I was always getting strings, like stringing and stuff. I can never get layers to like not be, difficult to deal with. I only printed like 2 or 3 things, and then I think I gave my printer away. I don't think I even sold it. I think I was just like, fuck it, somebody take it. But then I got a little small resin printer, a little 4K, Anycubic, mono 4K, and it was tiny. It was like the size of a shoebox, and that thing was a beast. It still prints, like it's still fantastic. So I still use it every now and then when I need to reprint something small or do a short run or something. And once I got that printer and kind of cut my teeth on it and learned how to do all the things you got to do in resin printing, after that it was game over. Like, this is what I'm going to do until I'm an old man and I can no longer paint. Hold my hand steady. But yeah, no FDMs for me, thank you very much. I mean, I know it's been a couple years too, so the technology's improved. But whenever I used it, whenever I was doing it, we didn't have, there weren't like Bluetooth auto levelers and stuff. So, like I said, maybe it's gotten a lot better, maybe it's gotten a lot easier, but you still have to sand. I don't see how, like a lot of sanding. Like resin prints, you do have to sand, but it's usually just, little bits here and there. With the FDM prints, you have to sand every single surface or it doesn't look right, in my opinion. Or they do that thing where they smooth it out with resin. I've seen some people do that. They'll print like an armor piece or helmet or whatever in FDM, and then they'll coat it in resin and just cure the top layer so it fills in all the little gaps. That's pretty smart. Still way more work than it's worth. Yeah. You gotta really want that stuff. I guess for cosplayers and stuff, that would be, that'd be cool. Hard to set up a resin printer? No, not at all. No, resin, you do have to be like, conscientious of your ventilation system, and you gotta, because it is toxic. They're VOCs and stuff. But as long as you have a good ventilation system for your resin printer, and then you get you gotta have a wash station, some alcohol wash. You can do that. Some people just do a soaker tub and just brush it with hands. You can do it a cheap way, or you can get one of the wash and cure stations. I have a wash and cure station, but it's kind of small. Again, that's one of those things that, like, now that I've been doing this for a few years, I know I need to upgrade. But yeah, once you get used to working with like the chemicals and the how to deal with it all, and it's not like hard. You know what I'm saying? You just have to take precautions. Wear PPE. Don't get shit in your eyes. Just normal stuff. Wear gloves. Don't breathe it in. Wear a mask that has ultra filtration for VOCs, stuff like that. I modified an IKEA cabinet for my resin printers. I got one of those like grow tent exhaust systems. They're really cheap, actually. It's like $100 or something for like 4 feet of hose, and you get all the parts and stuff. Anyway, so I got that, and then I just drilled a hole in the IKEA cabinet for the ventilation system and mounted it. It's fantastic. Oh, you use Bondo? Yeah, see, dude, that's just, I don't know. For me, that's just a lot of work. Oh yeah, the resin slurry with the like baby powder or whatever. That's a technique that I've used on resin prints, actually. You need something really super smooth, where you need to cover up a mask, a line or something. Yeah, these turtles, I really didn't have to do hardly any prep work beyond sanding down the support marks. There wasn't the bases are pretty simple. They're all one piece. So I didn't have a bunch of gaps to fill. I love it when the artist makes the seams in the model recessed, so that you can put stuff together without having to seal seams. I hate seams. That's another reason why capes are pain in the ass. You can never, I mean, if you're printing at anything its size, you can't print a cape in one piece. Just impossible. So, due to that fact, you're always going to have lines in it. So, I don't do a whole lot of cape statues anymore. Or I should say, in a while. I'm not like anti-cape. I'll do one, but I won't like it. Make you. Make me what? We can keep the separate piece, use the connection point as the seam. Yeah, I mean, if it's possible, but from the size of my print, and I've got a good size printer. I've got a M3 Premium now. So it's a big boy. But even with that, I've got to break my capes into, at least half, at least down the middle. Sometimes, sometimes 4 pieces, if it's a big one. Or if it's complicated, like if it's a weird shape. Help. What's going on? Like I said, that's the only edge on that Spawn statue that I have that I'm holding. The reason why I'm holding back is because the cape is like stupid complicated. I suppose if I get a little brown on them, it's not going to matter because it kind of matches, but I want to do that. Once I get the wash on this leather belt, it's going to look awesome. There's so much texture to it. go to the DC Patreon for my files. Yeah, I get files from was it the Wicked 3D guys that do the Marvel stuff. Their DC Patreon. Bedzerk, I believe, is what it is. And they have a Star Wars Patreon too. I stopped subscribing to that one. Number one, I just have way too. I have a backlog of models for years to do. So I started pulling back on that Star Wars Patreon, also because they weren't making anything I was really interested in. But if there ever is, I'll just buy it separately. It's kind of cool living in a time where like artists from around the world can sell their stuff and actually make a living, doing this. Like those the Wicked guys, it's been cool to watch their like growth over the last couple of years. Where it's like you can tell they went from like one or two dudes, in their spare time to now like a team of guys in like full time. It's like they've actually made a business out of it. And that's very cool. I like supporting stuff like that. So yeah, it's a good time to be alive. It's also probably a very shitty time to be alive, but I feel like everybody in every generation probably thinks that. Oh, you never heard of Wicked? Yeah, they do really, really nice models for a really good monthly price. Their Patreon is very reasonable. There are a lot of good ones. Zez Studios, CA Studios. Oh, I shook the table on that one. Yeah, and the Wicked guys, they have volume. Like they spit out like a bunch of stuff. And they're good. Their X-Men statues are fantastic. Their Marvel statues, they're all really, really good. Most of my collection is from Wicked. Oh, yeah, the back of his knee. Notice that? Where was it? There it is. That one I didn't even attempt. Hold on, I can't look at the screen. I'm concentrating. All right, that's good enough. Where did I see that? It's a putty. Oh, right there. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I actually I started off life as a 3D modeler, 3D animator, long time ago, 20 years ago. And I kind of let those skills die, but it's cool that people are actually, like I said, able to make a living making 3D art, you know, making models and stuff. It's just that's just a pretty cool time. It's a good way to spend your life points. All right, Michelangelo, you paint it up. I gotta do your nunchucks too. Do your chucks too, bud. I left them loose so I could move them around and paint them. Wait a second. That putty? It is putty. Just a chunk. Oh, there's one little teeny tiny piece that's gonna drive me insane if I don't get it. His hand turned out really nice. Make your Fred. I think you might have a translator problem. I don't know what that means. Make a goss. Can't help. All right. Drinking and painting. Here we go. And all these little, all the texture in this belt is just drinking up this paint. It's flowing down into little cracks and stuff. It's gonna look really good. Like I said, when I get the wash in there, all that texture, really gonna look good. So what I think I may do when I'm done with this, I was thinking about doing a saddle brown on these pads. now that I'm looking at Raphael, I don't know. I'll see how I feel when I wash it. When I get them all washed out. I want to paint them a different color. I may dry brush them with saddle red or saddle brown. That'll give them a slightly different tone than the leather built and stuff, but it'll still be similar. I might do that. That sounds good. Good talk. Oh yeah, definitely gonna do a wash. The wash is gonna make this leather really look cool. Actually, when I was learning, when I was beginning to paint and I was learning how to do weathering, it was weathering leather that really kind of sold me on it. It gave me confidence in it because, like, it looks like garbage when you do it at first, but trusting the process, when you get it done, it looks so good. I don't know how I'm going to dry brush up in there, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Almost have to paint these in multiple directions because of the crevices. Some of them flow better the other direction. The paint flows into them better in the other direction. Yeah, it's difficult sometimes. Trusting the process. Something that it does require a bit of faith. I always tell myself too, it's always going to look bad before it looks good. When you start getting into it's kind of like I guess it's like making anything really. You start with big, chunky, malformed, thing, and then as you work it, a little at a time, it gets better and better and better. Same thing with these, like, you start with a base coat, and then that you can just slap on usually, haphazard. You don't have to worry about it too much. And the next coat, the mid-tone, you have to be a little more careful. And the next coat, the highlight, you have to be very, very specific and detailed. And then, yeah, just kind of dial it in. But all along the way, especially the first couple stages, it looks terrible. And you kind of quite like, especially when I was doing their shells and I used that mustard color, I was like, oh God, I don't know. I think I felt like I messed up. Once I got the wash on there, I got very, very happy with it. free. Too much brush right now. Too much brush. Is that a support? It is a support. Holy crap. Pop that thing out of there. It's so tiny. Never mind, it's fine. I haven't seen it until now. Nobody's going to see it. It's got this texture. Just drinking up this paint here. A second. Let's go ahead and do this. Starting to turn into putty. Starting to turn into paste. Leather brown. Drop of water. That's probably too much. 2 drops go in instead of 1. Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, once you start getting some colors up against other stuff, you can start to see the contrast a bit more. Once I wash this out and give it a highlight, give it a dry brush, it's gonna look cool. At least that's the idea. A little heavy-handed with this, so we can just go in here. There we go. Now I got some paint flow happening. Oh wow. All right, Robert. Thanks for hanging out. Been fun chatting with you. Have a good night. And yeah, I'll definitely be on tomorrow. I took the day off. Gonna go see that new Deadpool movie. The fam later in the day. Very excited about. Hopefully, I can just spend most of the day painting and chilling. So yeah, hopefully I can see you again tomorrow. I will try really hard to not spoil it. I am very excited though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge Deadpool fan. So, but I will not spoil it. Sometimes that little hook on the end of my brush comes in real handy. Miss more putty in there. Oh man, it's 10:30. Alright, I may have to just wrap this up. I do love this hobby. We're killing time. Because how long have I been streaming? 4 hours? Holy crap. I've been doing this for 4 hours. And it does not feel like it. Well, I think probably at least half of that was just getting the masks off of these guys tonight. Said I was not expecting that to take that long. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired. I'm just rushing this now. I'm gonna finish these flats, and then I'll flat side of this belt. I'll do the detail work in my next session because if I try to do it now, I'm just gonna mess it up. Like I said, if you ever want to time travel to the future, just pick up a paintbrush. You'll be there in no time. I guess that's what hobbies are for, right? You know? Eat up your clock. Doing something interesting. Yeah. Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that top edge on my next session. Back's killing me. That's looking pretty dope, though. Me too. You know, I agree with you, Beast. It's even the annoying parts are still better than doing some other things, right? Yeah, it's starting to turn out. Now I can see it. All right, that is me for the night. Have a good evening, and that I will probably be back on tomorrow, finishing these guys off this weekend. Have a good night.